Hello, testing, testing. Can everybody hear me now? Scrub and Nub. Thank you for joining. Hello, greetings. There's no sound coming through this stream at the moment? Really? You don't say. Which is funny, because I thought I just solved my... Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Well... Not sure about the game yet? No. No, it should be... Wait. No, you're right. Hang on. Properties... Let's see. I have two audio sources. There we go. Hang on. How's that? Is that better? Is it too quiet? What about the weapons? Can you hear that just fine? Is it too loud, too quiet? I want to get my audio in sync. I can't say, but I just wanted to say you're creating the game I dreamed of as a kid. It's amazing. Keep up the good work, homie. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I really want to, yeah, just make a game people want to play. A little quiet but audible? Maybe. Also gonna turn up my mic. I don't know if that helps. So now it looks like... Okay. Now it looks like my voice should be louder than the game itself. Okay, alright. I want to also have music going on in the background, but I don't want it to be too loud. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay, so welcome everybody. Today what we're going to be doing is we are going to make all vehicles hijackable. So the main functional thing that the mod needs that is left to do is make all the vehicles hijackable for the mod. Then we're probably going to spend about a week creating a playable multiplayer map, and then we can do an actual playtest. First, that's going to be a technical playtest with me and a few other modder friends, and then we can have a community playtest. So... First, we're going to spawn an AI that has the Wolverine. I've gotten the Grizzly and the Cobra to be hijackable. So, real quick, just to demonstrate. Spawn points. Wolverine, let's switch this to a Cobra, for example. And then let's go ahead and play squads. So, last stream and last time I was working on this, I got... the Cobra to be hijackable. You can bash open the cabin, and you can also plant grenades. Pretty cool. Because the Cobra is more tank-like than, you know, any other kind of vehicle. And then for... Cobra... Grizzly. Alright, and here's the Grizzly. And you can, again, bash open the cab and plant a grenade. So that's successful. That works. I'm going to take a bathroom break for a little bit, and then I'll come back. Well, we'll miss you, Orion. Let's see. Okay. Now, what I want to work on today is Wolverine. So, we're going to do this, but switch it over to a Wolverine. By the way, the music isn't too loud, is it? Please let me know. What music is this? I can't recognize it. This is the Halo Wars 2 soundtrack. It definitely sounds a little different. It's funny because it's like Halo Wars 2 and Halo 4 both have very different soundtracks to the classic Halo games, but I do feel like Halo Wars 2 just like sounds... It's hard to say if it's better or even necessarily if it's even closer to like Halo, but I don't know. There's just something about it just feels pretty appropriate. I don't recognize this particular track. It's called Baron, if you want to know. I don't know what part in the game we hear this soundtrack. It's been a while since I played Halo Wars 2, I'm gonna be honest. I know all of the ambient tracks, yeah. They have some great ambient music. Yes, we're listening to Halo Wars 1 music while making a Halo Wars... Or we're listening to Halo Wars 2 music while making a Halo Wars 1 mod. I know, sacrilege. I believe this is the track that features during the scene where the monitors wreck the ship. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, wait. Okay. Windows Explorer here. Then data. Wolverine blend. All right, so what we're gonna have to be doing here is we're gonna have to be adding markers to the Wolverine to make sure that we can actually enter the boarding seat. And I apologize for my... Oh, hey, let me zoom out here. Also, I apologize for the slight absence. I've been gone for about a week or two. I do apologize for that. I want to get more consistent about streaming, but, you know, sometimes life gets in the way. Let's see. Wolverine render. Oh, gosh. I need to organize all of this. Hang on. Medium. All right. Just doing some organizing in my blend file here. Okay, so what I like to do is I like to categorize all the different damage states of my vehicles. Let's maximize this blend file here. Basically, there's various states to vehicles, and I might even have to fix some of the materials in here. Let me let's first brighten this scene up a bit so y'all can see what's going on here. Yeah. Okay, so here's the default damage state of the Wolverine. And I like to just look at this whenever I'm trying to get a basic view. So, before we get into that, let's go ahead and save. Go back to Foundation. Okay, so I'm basically going to copy the homework from the Cobra. Or actually, hang on. Technically, the Scorpion. So, Scorpion.vehicle. So, we're going to copy the boarding seats. Scorpion D. So, it's going to be labeled Scorpion BD. That stands for Scorpion Boarding Driver. We're probably going to want to do the left seat and the right seat so that you can board it from either direction. So, we're going to copy this entire seat. Copy element. And then in Wolverine, I'm going to say append element. Then, excuse me, I just ate dinner, so my belly's a little full. Okay. Then we go down to the seat, and then we have all of these markers. So boarding grenade marker, boarding grenade string, blah blah blah. We just need to make sure that these match up to markers that are in the blend file. So the arrangement of the markers is kind of specific. So what we want to do, golly, this music is so loud and epic. So I'm going to select all the Wolverine markers, and what I like to do is I like to go to viewport display, name, in front. Epic and loud. Anyways, hello. Hello, Akjak. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start a new blend file. Scorpion.vehicle. Drag this in here. Okay. I'm going to copy the markers from the Scorpion and paste them into the blend file. of the Wolverine. I'm going to clear and keep transformation. Then I'm going to put these in a new collection. Boarding markers. Random question, what do you think of the StarCraft 2 soundtrack? How do you think it stands up to the Halo War soundtracks? I've never played StarCraft 2. I know virtually nothing about StarCraft. Sorry. All I know is I remember that one really epic Blur Studio cinematic from like 2008 or something. And I remember thinking it was really epic. And then, like, I think I watched, like, all of the cinematics from StarCraft 2 a long time ago. And the basic premise is that giant mech suit is basically a prison for the guy. And yeah, that's about it. But, yeah, I've never actually listened to the StarCraft 2 soundtrack. Okay. So let's parent this to the armature. Okay, so, and I hate to burden you all with this process, but this stream is mainly going to be a series of me adjusting the placement of the markers and re-exporting, and re-exporting the markers takes like 3 minutes every single time. So I apologize in advance, but that's going to be the stream. It's a necessary process. It's got to get done. Sorry. Not as much interesting stuff. But once we get all the vehicles totally working with all of the boarding mechanics and everything, then we're going to spend time just making a really cool map. And that, I'll be doing a lot of really interesting art stuff. And I'll be like, you know, exploring different tools and techniques. And I might even ask, you know, the audience for some input on how the map should flow and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, that'll be a lot more interesting. Okay. All right. All right. Always place initially... No, not initially. Hidden. Where's initially placed? Huh? Initially placed. Okay, so by checking initially placed under the squad, the AI squad that I set up, it'll just spawn whenever I reload the level, which is very helpful. What? Huh. I seem to be missing some physics models. The wheels apparently don't have physics. That's weird. Hang on. Let me look at my my physics, because that is quite strange. I literally don't have a physics model for the wheel. How peculiar. Okay. Well, I guess I can add one. Mesh. Cylinder. I'm gonna restart this actually, because I don't need. Okay, file open. Okay, and then I want to not load the blend scenes UI. I want a more compact and streamlined UI. Okay. Sorry. Hello, Scribbly Doodle. Yeah, yes. Sorry. I apologize. Let me try to catch up with chats. God, man, what I'm learning doing streaming is like the chats can build up out of nowhere, and I'll glance away for like 5 minutes, and there's like now an entirely new novel. Drunk Photo, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Also, I didn't get the audio ping for that for some reason. Let's see. Been a while, Scaboodly. Have you been up to anything since last you posted on Discord? Kind of. There's some stuff I can't talk about, but I've been pretty busy lately, as a matter of fact, yes. Yes, and I do apologize. It's been like about 2 weeks or so since I streamed. Got to get better about that, but you know, some life's been happening. Had to take my car to the shop. Hopefully I'll get it back this week. Knock on wood. But yeah. Hello, Scribbly Poodle. You know that's not my name. You know that's not my name. Don't disrespect my name like that. I have a very serious and very specific name. I do think I cooked on my username though. Like, I specifically chose a username that you simply cannot say with a straight face. Maybe once you've like gotten used to it, but like, you read my name and you try to read it back to me, like with a straight face, and you're just gonna crack up. It's just too silly. It's like having power over people in a way. What the hell? What happened to my suspension? Suspension. Hello? Why? Okay, hang on. I need to spawn my own Wolverine. Wolverine! Okay, that's not correct. That physics model is doing something funky, and I don't like it, so I'm going to take it off of the export list. Okay. Hearing in-game chat someone reading a silly username will always make the match for me. I'm back after dealing with some stuff. You said you were going to the bathroom. What do you mean dealing with some stuff? It sounds like your trip to the bathroom was kind of intense, huh? Also, I really hope that it didn't just get rid of the Wolverine's suspension animation. That'd be very bad. Vehicle suspension. Yes, we have this vehicle suspension, but what happened to? It wasn't doing this before. Why is it doing it now? Okay, yeah, that suspension's straight up broken for some reason. Don't know why. Suspension left back. Everything's there. It should not be breaking anything. New blend screen. Yeah. Guh. The action was intense. I had a call with my family. Oh, that is intense. Whew. Hearing in-game chat someone reading a silly username will always make me... Yeah. Sorry, I read that one already. Well, shucks. Luckily, I do tend to keep a backup of my tags. So... Okay, for a second I thought we were listening to the new Metroid Prime soundtrack. Let's see. I gotta open up Google Drive, wait for it to warm up. Objects. Okay. God, I'm so brain dead today. Wars. Objects. Vehicles. Human. Vehicles, human, no. Objects, vehicles, human. Wolverine. Okay. We got to shut down Sapien for a moment so we can copy over these old tags on top of our current ones so that hopefully that'll make the suspension animation work again. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on there. Every update on this mod makes me a very happy man. Good. That's the idea. And there we go. Suspension's back to working again. I don't know what was wrong. Okay, anyway. So, Wolverine vehicle seats. Okay, so it doesn't have the boarding seat. So we are going to copy the Scorpion boarding driver left. Copy element and a pinned element. Save. Then we're going to re-export our Wolverine. And that's going to take a second. Okay, the suspension's messed up again. What the heck happened to the suspension? What the heck? Oh, wait, hang on. Suspension. There's a... I know there's a flag for don't calculate suspension depth. I know there's a flag somewhere. Primitive physics. Build primary, secondary, tertiary. Man, I wish Chris was watching right now. He could tell me. Finally get to make one of these? Yeah. Compression, uncompressed. Well, I don't know why all of this is marked as compressed. That's strange. Overlay, uncompressed. Uncompressed. I don't know why any of this is marked as compression, uncompressed. Hold on. I've got an idea. Let's just say no animations. See if that will fix it. Because basically the problem is right now I need to be able to re-export the Wolverine without affecting the suspension animation. It's a very dumb problem to have. So replace that, reopen, see if just... I'm trying to whittle down exactly what the problem is. So I believe it's the animation graph tag that's causing the suspension animation to get broken. Which if that's the case, then I could just uncheck export animations. And that should solve it. Yep, okay, there's the suspension animation working again. So that means that hopefully if I just don't export animations, that should be the solution. So it's exporting, 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 exporting. Okay, god dang it, what the hell? I didn't even do anything to the animations that time. Okay, and oh. The suspension animation is working. But for some reason, the placement of the wheels... Hold on, there's 2 idle animations and I don't like it. There's 2 idle animations. Why is there 2 idle animations? Base. Movement. Well, we don't need you. Why the hell is that the way it is? Okay, you know what? Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna take the animation graph that works, I'm gonna copy it, I'm gonna paste it into my local folder so that we can open it, and I'm gonna close everything else, because we gotta get this figured out. Open tag, and open the copy of the model animation graph. Then open the current model animation graph. Open animation graph. Put them side by side so we can compare the two and see what's wrong. And also go to expert mode. You should almost always be working in expert mode most of the time if you know what you're doing, because there's a lot of settings that are hidden. Driver open mapped, function overlays. Yeah. Okay, vehicle suspension. I'll bet it has... Nope. I was wrong. My bet is wrong. Suspension left back. All of these suspension values are the same. So what gives? What gives? You know what I'll try? I'll try disabling the front suspension animations and see if that does anything. Again, to try to whittle down what the problem is. Front animation. Blend screens. Function overlays. Left front. Disable right front. And that didn't do anything. Oh, because I've checked the copy of the model animation graph. Okay, vehicle suspension, yeah. Okay, the function overlays. Right front, left front. Yeah, that seems to be it. That seems to be it. For some reason, the suspension animation is just at the wrong position. Need to look at my blend file. But also, I didn't tell it to export animations, which is so dumb. Left front. Wait a second. That's not what a suspension animation should look like. What the heck? Actions from blend, no. Animations from actions. There we go. Yeah. Well, that's still not technically correct for the animations. What is going on here? What did I do? Oh man, I'm like, past me is confusing present me. And I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Let's just export this and see what happens. Oh, did it not want to do that? Yeah, it doesn't want to do that. And I wonder why. Very confusing. Okay, so what I might do is I might go to the blend file. Data. Wolverine copy blend. And then what the heck? Sure. HREC. Data. Objects. Vehicles. Human. Wolverine. The heck is Wolverine new? Huh? When was this made? Wolverine from backup. Then put this over here. And oh no, animations from actions. It's the same thing. Ah boy, let's see if this at least exports. Okay, it exports, but this is so weird. I was exporting this thing just the other day, and it came out fine. Huh. Another thing that's weird is I thought I backed it up. Okay, well, the tags are correct at least. Tags. It's just always problems. Will this be on the workshop, or will I have to download it when it releases? It's going to be in the workshop. Don't worry about it. The amount of things you would have to download and set up in order for everything to work, well, I guess technically I could just like have packed map files, but like individual tags are a pain to set up unless you're a modder. So this is going to be a workshop release. Workshop is great. Okay, that didn't work. Physics. Go away. No, I didn't click on you. Go away. Gosh. Physics and collision model. Oh my god. Nothing could ever be simple. These suspension experts always give you some kind of issue? Yeah. I don't know what it is. I don't know why I always, specifically whenever I stream, I always run into these issues with suspension and everything. And why now the physics is messed up. What the heck is going on? Debug. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're getting back on track. Everybody calm down. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I'm telling you, it's gonna be cool. Well, okay. Anyway, whatever. Real quick, let's just fix things. File open. I'm gonna open a different blend file so we can just like look what a suspension animation is supposed to look like. So cobra.blend. This vehicle, I'm not kidding, has like 8 to 10 suspension animations. Okay, so the first one is neutral. I see, I think I get it. Okay, left front, right mid. Okay, so suspension animation is down, then all the way up. And it goes for like 6 frames, so the first one is neutral. Okay, suspension, left, front. Okay, so that's the problem, I think. No compression. Why are these compressed? Left back. Oh my god, dude. I'm missing my suspension animations. What the hell? And I don't know where they went. There we go. That seems correct. Overlay. 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 And idle. We don't need 16 frames for the idle animation. Okay. Now. Okay. Now it has no physics model. Cool, cool, cool. Love it. I love that there's more crap to have to figure out. You always got to have more crap to figure out. What, you think this can be simple? No. Come on, man. What do you... Okay, now it's just turning into the Gears of War soundtrack. Ba 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 ba. Okay. Render. Physics. Collision. Yeah, this does seem like a better collision model. Oh, wait. No, this collision model is pretty standard. Woof. This collision model is actually pretty bad, to be honest. Collision. Physics is pretty bad, too. I did this a long time ago. Okay. Alright, we're going to do a little bit of house cleaning. Decimate. Get that as, like, simple as absolutely possible. Then we're going to symmetry. And then we're going to do another decimate. Planar. Symmetry. I always forget the Halo Wars 2 OST is the most generic sounding ever. It's not generic. I mean, it's kind of generic, but it's still pretty good. Something being generic doesn't inherently mean it's bad. It's just, you know, it's just good. It suffices. It's serviceable, you know? But yeah, like I was saying earlier, there is something about it that just like hits a little bit different, like better than say the Halo 4 soundtrack. Or at least it just feels more appropriate to Halo somehow. Maybe I'm just like biased, but I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit more appropriate for Halo for some reason. Hey. Halo Wars mod's more memorable in my opinion. Yeah, you're not wrong. I think I would agree with that, to be honest. But, you know, there's some banger tracks in Halo Wars 2. God, especially, hang on. Let me see if I can play it real quick. Where's the, oh, yeah. Is it this one? Yeah, this is it. This soundtrack, or this track, is definitely iconic. This is what Installation 00 uses for, like, all of his videos. I used to wonder where this track came from, because it sounded so, like, not necessarily conventionally Halo. And then, like, yeah, I found out what it was. It is pretty epic, though, you gotta admit. Physics. Okay. Collision. Oh, that's not right. Also, I don't know if we need that many collision models, to be honest. The reason I'm going through and simplifying the geometry here is because ever since I created this vehicle, I've since gotten better at creating collision and physics geometry, just realizing how simple the actual physics in collision geo is in vanilla Halo vehicles, realizing, oh wow, this is a ton of just like wasteful geometry in here that doesn't need to be here. And it matters because every single one of these faces, it's not like a render model where it just looks pretty. Every single one of these faces calculates math and physics and collision information like at, you know, 200 frames per second or whatever. So it does affect performance in certain ways, so it's important to optimize properly. Might be a silly question, but with it adding more surfaces to calculate, does it add to a server's lag compensating for more surfaces doing such things versus less? Or is it minuscule, not the case? I think it's probably, basically, I think it just affects your local performance, to be honest. Like, okay, first of all, calm down, soundtrack, okay? Let's chill out there. Golly. But yeah, to answer your question, I think the performance, and I'm not an expert here because I'm not a technical artist, I'm just an artist. But principally, I think it affects your local performance and not the network performance. It might affect network performance if like two different clients are interacting with each other and trying to sync up in real time, because though the calculations from, you know, either player have to sync up on the same server. But I can't remember if, like, I guess all the actual calculation is done on the host server, I think. I don't know how it works, but in any case, regardless, we can just conclude that optimization is good. That's all we really need to know. Optimization good, and it's kind of hard to make a case against that, you know? Yeah, this really doesn't sound much like Halo, does it? I appreciate the insight. Thank you for the time and answer. And Lamau, the music cutaway had me laughing. Love checking in on these streams. Very talented work in reviving Jim of my childhood. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you.
Came from Shotgun Stream. Hi, Squidward.
Hey, Orglorg. What's going? Hi, Squidward. Hello, SpongeBob. Wait, is Drake still streaming? Hang on a second. He should be. It's not that late. Yeah, he is. We take over. The stream was cut short over some sort of show thing? Huh?
What is? Realize I have no AI set up yet, but this plus the AI that go to the tower.
What do you say?
Longer stream. We'll get a bunch of stuff done. And Ultimate Forge was. I'll see you guys tomorrow though. Long stream, like I said. Thank you, by the way. It's crazy. I didn't even have a very long stream today, but you guys obliterated the daily tip goal. Thank you. That means a lot, for real. I'll see you guys tomorrow though. Longer stream. We'll get a bunch of stuff done. And Ultimate Forge, even though I won't have the announcement video and stuff like out by tomorrow, I'll probably have like a YouTube short on it ready by like the next day. Maybe since Ultimate Forge 2.0 will be out tomorrow, we'll do like a game night on it. That'd be kind of fun. We'll get some cool footage, have some laughs, mess around. Maybe we'll do another like Forge map contest, like how we did with the other playtests. Except this time, you'll get to keep your maps. All right, well, I think we'll do that tomorrow. We'll have like a Ultimate Forge 2.0 day because it'll be out, and we'll do like a contest. I'll use all the cool footage and stuff to make some awesome YouTube shorts, get everybody included in it. It'll be sick. All right, so look forward to that tomorrow. I'll thank you guys.
When is your playtest? I am interested. Anna, I've seen your channel floating around a lot. I've seen you watching a lot of Drake stuff and showing off Drake's mod. It's in the very near future. I can't give a set date because I don't know when I will get everything ready, but you're more than welcome to be part of the community playtest when we get that going. Basically, the best I can say is we are extremely close. All I have to do is get vehicle boarding working on all the vehicles, then we have to make a map, and then we're going to playtest. Like, it should take me about a week to make a good map, and then, like, if I'm able to stream consistently and work on the vehicles consistently, hopefully a week or two on the vehicles, maybe less, we'll see. I didn't hear that part. I get home from work in an hour. He got tickets to a show tonight last second, so he ended stream to go. Oh, cool. Twitch rate on YouTube? More likely than you think. Huh. Are some of y'all coming from Twitch? Drake doesn't stream on Twitch as far as I know. You just answered that a minute ago? Wait, what? When can we expect the playtest? You got here just after I explained it. But yeah, I'm not giving a set date. I can say it's going to be very soon. If I'm able to continuously work on these vehicles and build a good comprehensive multiplayer map, very, very near future. But I cannot promise a set date. I don't want to do that because my schedule has never been hyper consistent, and life happens and stuff gets derailed sometimes. So I want to like not promise a set date, but I want to get it done as fast as possible, believe me. Maybe like around the 3-week mark. Now I'm on Skaboodlies? Yeah. You've been teleported to the magical land of Halo Wars modding. Welcome. For those tuning in, what we are doing right now is we are fixing up the Wolverine because it has a few things that need polish, and we are trying to get boarding working on the Wolverine. The goal for this week is to get all of the vehicles to have boarding. Once they are boardable, they're going to be on a technical level complete, and then I can focus on making a map and we can playtest. I legit got teleported into Skaboodly's stream. Yep. Yeah, you did. Welcome. Do I need to optimize this one? I received $3 from Younglong Zhang. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you. Is it Yunlong or Yunlong? I am not good with Asian names. Skaboodly, you mod Halo 4. Would you know if the rec system in multiplayer can be used to make kill streaks like COD? Okay, with all due respect, why do you want the rec system? If the rec system in multiplayer can be used to make kill streaks. Well, first of all, the rec system is a Halo 5 feature, not a Halo 4 feature. But I guess you're just talking about regular kill streaks. I don't know. I have definitely thought about doing that. There's a lot more kind of features that I want to incorporate into the mod long term. But like, for right now, really my only focus is getting all of the vehicles done. Because it's like a lot of vehicles. Then we can get into the more technically ambitious stuff. Okay, so. Is this really all just the hull? Are there other regions for this? Hang on, hull front, hull rear, hull front L. There we go. Hull front R. I knew there were more regions. Hull front. Cool. Yeah. Hull rear L. Hull rear R. Hull rear. There we go. That's also hull rear. Hull rear. Good. Region. God dang it, I'm gonna have to completely redo the entire Wolverine, aren't I? I hate this. I hate it. Also, this just feels gross and unoptimized to me for some reason. Decimate. Sounds like that should be added to the Halo 4 Modern Warfare mod by Perception. Infinity Slayer, but the D-pad does things like max strikes and short sword strafes. Yeah, that would go pretty hard, not gonna lie. That would be pretty sick. That is probably how I'm gonna end up doing it, because like I've talked about how I want to have like pelican drops and weapon drops and vehicle drops like that. I'm sure that the kill streak system can be reappropriated for that. I'm asking here then. So Scoobudly, I want some advice. Stealth no work in ODST, and I'm making a stealth mission. Should I have it be stealth like Halo Reach Nightfall?
Silly
I have
question,
no idea what you're
but
talking
your
about.
MK4 armor is the best I have seen. Is there any chance you would make a wallpaper collection for fancy PC backgrounds?
It's funny you mentioned that. There is actually like a small contest coming up for Halo, like Halo fan art, and one of my friends has encouraged me to make a render, and I have plenty of renderable stuff to work with. So, yeah, no, I can definitely. I will probably. I also need to make some promo art for the mod, so yeah. Okay, so track, wheel back left, wheel back right, wheel front left, wheel front right. Okay, this is canopy, hull cockpit. Jeez. Actually, I probably don't even need that, to be frank. Why are you asymmetrical, my dude? Yo, dude, you're looking a little asymmetrical there, my man. Why that be, huh? Why that is? Okay. Let's try exporting. See what we get. And also, okay, good. We got the no. No. That's not correct. Track R, assign. Track L, assign. Suspension right back. Left back. Okay, well, you don't... Why is it doing that? Chat, why does it do things that I don't want it to do? Can somebody give me an answer? I'd really like to know. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, it seems to have like half influence from the left track for some reason. Why does it do that? Wolverine is tweaking. I think you mean twerking. Wolverine is twerking. Okay, yeah, this is like, what's relations? Visibility, transform, relations. Ah, that's it. That's it. Clear parent, keep transformation, and object, and then make sure that the armature, okay, there we go. Right back, there we go. Okay, re-exporting now. Let's see what happens. No, this is exactly what I wanted, absolutely. Perfect, like, couldn't possibly be better. Oh, that's so wonderful. I love it. No, that's exactly what I wanted. Like... Okay. Wait, what? Halo Reach Nightfall is basically the same as Halo CE Truth and Reconciliation, where you start the mission with stealth, but it's always guns blazing. Halo Reach Nightfall. What are you... Is this a mod? Wait. Wait. Wait.
I think your car's tires are slightly deflated.
You don't say. I hadn't considered that. Ah. It's like it doesn't have the wait, is it not exporting markers? Oh, they're talking about the Reach Sniper mission with June. Is that what the mission is called? Nightfall? Oh, yeah, I guess it is. Hang on. While this is exporting, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. 1 second, guys. Oh my god, it's getting better, you guys. This is so much better. Whoa. What happened to the Wolverine? I'm cursed is what happened to the Wolverine. I'm just cursed. Every time I try to do something on stream, the tools just like, they say, hey, watch this funny prank. Let's just make this guy's life miserable. And also, I forgot to open the command window before I hit export, so I can't even see what the text is doing. It's melting, yes, as is my brain. Oh yeah, this is like a completely nerdy technical thing, which nobody cares about, but a really important thing that I worked with Chris on recently, and I learned how to do, was creating LODs for things. Now, that might not sound super special, because if you're working like Unreal or Unity, They either create auto LODs for you, or you can create manual LODs, and it's a really simple process. But for Halo modders, it's really tricky. It's like a whole pain in the ass process, and you got to like use custom commands and stuff. But I worked with Crisp, the author of the Halo Reach or the Halo mod tools, and yeah, I have LODs. So if you look at the
Is there a
stanchion,
way to add dual wielding to Reach? I've always liked the gameplay feature, and since in Wars they start with 2 SMGs, it seems fitting.
no, I don't believe it is possible. There is a flag in the Halo Reach mod tools that says dual wielding, but I don't think it's functional. What is happening? Like, actually, what the hell? But no, to answer your question, I don't think it's possible in Halo Reach. They just, like, I feel like that's something that's hard-coded into, like, animations or gameplay or something. Now, what I do have half a mind to do is just have a single weapon that looks like 2 SMGs in your hand. Like, I can animate 2 SMGs in your hand, but it's going to function as a single weapon. There's not going to be, like, swapping out your left hand with, like, a plasma pistol or needler or something. It's just going to be 2 SMGs always in your hands at the same time. And it would be a separate weapon from 1 SMG. And that's the only way I could kind of like fake that. So yeah, if you're like okay with that compromise, then that would be the way to do it. Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna copy paste some tags. I might also look at my old, let's see, data, objects, vehicles, humans, Wolverine. Okay. And then tags. See, now this is that super badass ambiance. Okay, so here the Wolverine works perfectly. It's a perfectly working vehicle. Everything's fine because I just replaced my current tags with my old tags that work perfectly and flawlessly for some freaking reason. And here's the current blend file, but we are going to export from an older blend file and see what happens. Just got here and already looks awesome. Thank you. Okay, it's still exporting, and okay. So what I might do is just work from this blend file because it's not as corrupted. Everything still actually functions. The only real problem is the suspension animation. And to be honest, I'd rather fix that problem real quick than redo the whole tag. Because the other blend file, for whatever reason, is just completely out of whack. So that's what we're gonna do. Exhausting. This stuff is exhausting. It's like mentally and emotionally draining sometimes, I swear. Okay. I really like the chrome look of the weapons. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, my assault rifle is very shiny and chrome, as is this Magnum. This is the H2A Magnum, by the way. I just made it look chrome because in the Halo Wars 1 cinematic, Search and Forge has a Magnum that's chrome, but it's missing like the top scope. Yeah. And then stanchion. Whew. Where's my machete, by the way? Wonder where I put the machete. Let's see here. Objects, items, weapons. Machete. Yeah, there you are. There you are, buddy. Yeah. This is an old one. I really need to make better animations for it. I also replaced... Hello? Go away. I also replaced the standard knife with my machete. Let's see if we can see that. No, I don't wanted to show off my machete. My machete. Here we go. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Did you find the Halo Wars Elites model from the dig site leak? And do you think they publicly it again this year? I have that model. It's okay. I guess I could try to do something with it, but it's really just not very detailed is the problem. If I make like, here's the problem. So the Halo Wars Elite is the H2A Elite. Like, hang on, Halo Wars 2 Elite. See if I can pull this up on stream. Okay. So I'm gonna pull up this image. Okay. So here's the Halo Wars 2 Elite. Halo 2 Anniversary Elite. Wait. Halo 2 Anniversary Elite. And then I'm pulling up the H2A Elite. Give me a second, guys. Trying to look for a good image. Halo 2 Anniversary Elite. Yeah, this one's better. Open image in new tab, please. So I can show the class. Oh my god, it's taken a million years to load. Whatever, anyway. Okay, so here's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, so if we examine each of these details, you'll notice that they're pretty much the same details. So, for instance, the shape of the gauntlet here is the same design over here. Like, obviously the proportions are very different, like the anatomy is structurally different, but the basic details and shapes are the same. This, especially this leg guard here, this leg guard is the same. Like, fundamentally. It has the same features, it has the same, like, it's even got a little dot there, the little dot there, the little divot there, the little divot there. They're the same armor. So, I mean, like, they even have, like, the little notches in the brow here, the little notches in the brow here. He It looks different because, you know, he's looking at you straight on, and this guy's like bowing his head a little bit. But if you were like to look at it from another angle, you'd see it's the same helmet design. The shoulder pad might be different, but everything else is virtually the same design. There might even be some like writing on his chest here, but this is the same design as the H2A armor. They're like identical in everything except proportions, and obviously color, because there's different colors of elites. So the H2A elite is the Halo Wars elite in terms of the design. That's what they did for Halo 2 Anniversary, was they just took a bunch of blur assets from the original Halo Wars cinematics, and they might have remodeled them to just look a little bit more streamlined and AAA and modern and stuff, but they're the same designs fundamentally. So if I were to make another like Halo Wars Elite, it would just be the H2A Elite, just with maybe different proportions, which I don't feel is like the wisest use of my time, since I'm already doing so much work to make everything else. It's like, you know, why would I go to the trouble, you know, for do so much work for so little difference, you know? The foot armor is shorter, but for the most part it's the same armor, slightly modified. Yeah, and the only modifications, like I said, are the proportions. Like, some parts are longer, some parts are shorter, some parts are bigger, some parts are thinner. But that's it. H2A Marines are Halo Wars 1 Marines? Yeah, exactly. Like, Halo 2 Anniversary is literally just a hodgepodge of either Halo Reach assets or Halo Wars 1 assets, which they also use for Halo Wars 2. The Halo Wars 2 Marines, I believe, are also the same as the H2A Marines. Halo Wars 2 Marines. At least in the cinematics. So anyway, that's why for the characters, I'm really not worried about the characters right now. The character models, like, I'm either going to rip from H2A or I'm going to, you know, rip from Reach. There's just, like, I don't need to bite off more than I can chew, especially for, like, so little gain. I never noticed that before. Yeah, because the games are like almost 20 years apart, and because, to be honest, the details in Halo Wars are very hard to see because everything's covered in grime, and it's also very low resolution compared to today. Is it safe for you to show us the official Halo Wars Elites models? Probably not. I'm not going to bring them up on stream. That's dig site stuff, which, you know, I'm not at liberty to just, like, showcase, because it's technically, like, it's considered leak if it's not part of an official dig site, you know, waypoint article or presentation, so, no. Yeah. Okay, so what the heck were we doing again? Oh yeah, we were fixing animations. Oh god, I gotta recategorize all this stuff. Okay, destroyed. Collection destroyed. Minor. New collection. Minor. Wait, hang on. Minor, minor, major, yep, major, and then, okay, so we have minor, major destroyed, and that goes in the render collection. We can hide all those guys. Oh, we have a medium. Curse me and my attention to detail. Alright, new medium. Okay. And then default. Default. Yep, there we go. This is just for organization, for my sake, so that I can see everything properly. Now, suspension left back, left front. Okay, so the problem is that it needs to be at the neutral position. We also don't need that. The idle. So, where is my armature? It's in major, which it shouldn't be. Cool. Okay. Is this a two-seater? No. It is a single-seater. There is just barely enough room for, Oh, goody! My open close animation doesn't work. Oh, fun, yay. Yippee hooray. Why is everything broken? I hate it so much. Just out on side fenders? Yeah, right. Also, hey, Spartan Tanner. What's up, man? I remember somebody made a Wolverine APC for Halo Infinite. Oh, yeah. Cool. It has as many seats as you want it to have. I mean, technically, you could do, like, the Indian cargo truck thing where you load literally 100 people on the top, sure. Maybe you can make people latch onto the sides at least. I don't feel like it. Also, it's like we have a grenade launcher on the side, so it's like I know you see all the handlebars and you think, oh yeah, you could totally like have people sit on the side there, except that like we have this giant turret swinging around all over the place like constantly, and it's firing missiles, and then we have a grenade launcher on the side, so not exactly the safest for passengers. I know Reach Marines have an animation for holding on to the side of a Falcon. Man, I really would have loved to know that before I spent so much time figuring out how to have Marines hold on to the side of the Hornet. I had to do some very cursed workaround stuff to get that to function right. Okay, so I keep doing the Australian accent. In front. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay, left front. Front. So we just make sure the first frame is a neutral position, not up or down. And then left back. I think that's actually left back. Oh, God. I'm gonna explode, I swear. Because I feel like for objectives you need some multi-seat vehicles. Like what? Like, I mean, sure, capture the flag and all that, sure, in bomb assault, but we're still gonna have the Warthog. In fact, I'll probably include the Troop Hog if you guys really want, because there is a Troop Hog in Halo Reach. I don't know if y'all knew that. Let's see. Vehicles. Let's see. Where's the Warthog? Did I actually delete the Warthog from this map? Hang on. Warthog.vehicle. Okay. Hello? Yeah, there it is. Okay, and then should be a variant called Troop. Yeah. So, like, the Troop Hog, it doesn't really show up in multiplayer, but, like, we do have the Troop Hog. So, I can include that. I remember the Halo Reach Troop Hog. Wait, hang on. The civilian evac shuttle, it already exists in Reach with a model? I remember the Halo Reach Troop Hog. Wait, that's not the one as far as I'm referring to. Are you going to make those cargo transport from the mission in Arcadia City? I mean, if I end up making Arcadia City eventually, yeah, I'd love to. That'd be cool as hell. But yeah, no, I mean, like, I am gonna have passenger vehicles. We're still gonna probably have, the Warthog, right? Which, by the way, the only passenger vehicles in Halo Reach multiplayer are just the Warthog and the Revenant and the Falcon. That's it. So I don't know if I necessarily need to expand beyond those because we're gonna have those. But the Hornet is going to be a passenger vehicle, and so will the Elephant be. The Elephant is going to be the ultimate passenger vehicle. I also want to make the Elephant a little bit faster than it is in Halo 3, because, I mean, that would just be more enjoyable, I think. Oh boy. Is my stream, is my internet okay? Can you guys see? Are we good? My internet's being a little funky. I think I may have lost connection with my stream. There we go. Those Banta class transport were in Halo Legends too. I didn't know that. Okay, there we go. We're good. We're good. Okay. Now, where were we? Yes, I was fixing the animations for the Wolverine so that it will export properly. It looks like that's a 45 degree or a 40 degree angle. Left back. Right back. Well, suspension's working technically, but why the heck? Oh wait, I know. It's because left front. What the heck? What the heck? Huh? Oh wow. Okay, 0, 0. We gotta set the range of the animation. Left front. Come on. There it is. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. Almost there. Although the suspension does still seem a little not correct. The Arbiter one was really cool, although certain shoots were not that good. Can I be honest? I thought the Arbiter one was very unoriginal, very uncreative. I think that's like all they did was like, oh, the elites, yeah, we're not gonna spend the time to like come up with original designs that look alien and unique and abstract. We are literally just going to like make it feudal Japan but with lizard people, and that's literally all it is. It's not that it's even a bad story necessarily, but it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like they could have just done something way more unique and interesting. And I get that, like, it's like a anthology series of just like every artist has their own wild interpretation of Halo, but like, I don't know. I just felt like it's sci-fi, and that was like not even sci-fi. It was literally just feudal Japan with lizard people. And it's like, man, I really feel like the things Halo 4 and 5 tried to do would have just been so much cooler if the art style was in sync with the classic games, because it's like, obviously we would love to see a more interesting story with Master Chief and Cortana. Obviously we would love to see, you know, how humanity and the Covenant like adapted after the war. Obviously we would like to see the elite homeworld, Sunayon and all that. That's all great. It's just that the art style was so different that it was distracting. It was distracting us from the fact that like cool lore could have been built, you know? Like, I'm not saying that the story in Halo 4 and 5 were perfect. Obviously, they have a lot of issues, but like, if those games just looked the part, they would at least have gone down way better. I'm serious. That would have solved at least half of the gripes that a lot of fans had with them. They still would like probably not be regarded super highly, but it would have been like better, you know? Like, who here, show of hands, I'll make a poll. Screw it. I'll make a freaking poll. Let's make a poll. Start a poll. Would you like to see Halo 4 and 5 but with the classic art style? Would you like to play Halo 4 and 5 with the classic art style and gameplay? I'm making a poll right now. I just want to see. I'm just curious. Because it's like, the stories were not perfect, but I feel you could leave the stories intact, and no, they won't be as like great as the original games, but I feel like if those games played the same and looked the same as the classic games, then like players would still at least like those games as Halo games, you know? Like, because it's like they're trying to do interesting things with the stories. Yeah. And obviously, like, Spartan Locke, nobody can replace Master Chief. We all know that. But, like, you know, if Halo 5 looked like classic Halo, it still would have been a lot cooler, a lot more palatable, a lot more appealing, in my opinion. Hot take, I do not mind the gameplay changes, but I can get behind the art style changes. Really? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, when I bought an Xbox One in like 2015 or whatever, and I played Halo 5, and I was not a fan of the gameplay changes. Like, I knew that movement shooters were all the rage, and they were kind of like, you know, becoming the new trend. But man, playing Halo 5 for the first time was so, not gross. Gross is too harsh of a word, but it was definitely just like not fluid for me. It just like, it didn't feel right for some reason. Maybe it was just you know, the new controller and I had to tweak my settings, but it's just like something about it just felt so different. And I'm not even talking about the movement mechanics. I'm mainly talking about like the way they did aiming and shooting. It just felt very floaty, very hard to get used to. Also, the art style really did take me out of it a lot. How hard is it to mod Halo? It's harder than other games. I will say, like, if you play Team Fortress or Skyrim or Fallout, all of those games are easier to mod than Halo. It's not that Halo modding is hard, but there is a learning curve that you have to learn. If you've modded other games, it probably won't be too terrible for you, but like, it has a lot of specific processes and does things a specific way. There's a lot of proprietary knowledge. I don't remember Halo 5. I mean, I'm not gonna dog on Halo 5 too much, but yeah, I could say more. Especially with its bullet magnetism, yeah, that was a big thing. Halo 5 just kind of played itself for me. Yeah. Halo 5 had such a generic sci-fi look, which is the problem I have with the 4. Yes, and I feel... I've told this story before, but basically what's funny is at the time it came out in 2012, I was a student in college studying game art, and Halo 5 was actually a great case study for learning great generic sci-fi art. It's not that Halo 5 and Halo 4 look bad, it's that they don't look like Halo. If they were their own separate IPs, they would be fine. Because they are really cool, just generic sci-fi art. But they're just not Halo. But yeah, that being the case, it was inspirational to just learn sci-fi art and 3D techniques at the time. You know? Halo 5 art style could definitely use work, but I don't mind the gameplay. I really enjoyed movement in it. Yeah, that's fair. Well, I mean, like, also, again, movement shooters were becoming the new trend at the time. More dynamic movements, more ways to traverse the environments, clambering, wall jumping, or wall running, and all that other stuff. Yeah, I get it. I just like, and kind of like you, I am not nearly as puritanical about Halo's core gameplay loop. You know, you'll see like countless videos constantly going on about the golden triangle and like the precision weapon meta and like the 30 seconds of fun and stuff, and it's like, dude, you're just blinded by nostalgia. You just have nostalgia goggles on. Yes, these are good games, and like, I do think that like a lot of modern shooters are just way too fast, but I think that these people are way too dogmatic about these points they keep bringing up. I don't think most people care as long as it's well balanced and feels right. Like Halo Infinite fixed a lot of those problems people have. They slowed things down. They slowed down Sprint. They made Sprint not a get-out-of-jail-free card. They toned down the crazy mechanics. It's not like parkour anymore. You can still clamber, but then, like, you know, they also have some minor amount of skill jumping. Like, you can balance all of these things and keep it relatively modern while being respectful to the classic gameplay, you know? 5 is very limited for a true movement shooter. Yeah, it's not like a full movement shooter, but you can see how it's starting to incorporate some of those features in an attempt to keep itself relevant, which everybody says like they shouldn't like change the formula, but guys, you got to understand it's going up against Titanfall, it's going up against Call of Duty, it's going up like from a competitive product standpoint, there are certain trends that just captivate the market, and there's a lot more people who just like want to see those same trends in other games and not have to like adapt as much to other games than the people who are like, no, every game should play exactly like Halo CE forever and never have any changes or additions. Like, think about that. There's genuinely people who think that like no other Halo game should exist besides CE. And I'm sorry, but it's not 2001 anymore. That's kind of like a very, very, like, closed-minded, insular mentality. The big issue 343 has been following trends every game they've made. How well has that worked for them? Okay, not every game, but I know what you mean. Like, look, in Infinite they learned their lesson. At least insofar as, like, trend chasing, I think. They toned it back. They still kept a few modern features, but they realized that fans do want some more classic respect to like the old school gameplay to make it feel Halo. You know? Halo CE? Yeah, Halo CE came out in the year 2001. I remember I was a kid when it came out. It's old, dude. It's real old. Let me actually pay attention to what I'm supposed to be doing here. Suspension. That's not right. Those are saturated topics of their time, aka it ages the game in a bad way. Huh? Halo 4 loadouts, Sprint, Halo 5 advanced movement, Halo Infinite open world. Those are saturated topics of their time. It ages the game in a bad way. I don't know. I feel like Infinite is the perfect balance, right? It's the perfect balance of modern features and classic gameplay. And I think most people are of the general consensus that that is the case. I remember that, like, throughout Infinite's many controversies and many, like, people griping about it, I think the one thing that's remained consistent is that the core gameplay of Infinite is mostly pretty solid. I think, like, it's the happiest the Halo fan base, the modern Halo fan base, has been with a modern Halo game consistently. I feel like the next Halo game is going to keep like that same mechanic because they know that that's kind of the core identity of Halo, and they really don't want to screw with that formula anymore. I think they've been burned too many times screwing with what works, and they don't want to do that anymore. I understand. I feel like not being able to sprint ages the game more than being able to... Yeah, no, okay. The one thing you're not going to win on is sprint. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, anti-sprinters. I know you have your theories about how it breaks the gameplay loop or something, but I'm sorry, but it's just a feature of modern games. It just is. If it doesn't have sprint, it's just like... That's a really weird thing to not have in a modern game. In the real world... you run around to get from cover to cover. In most games, you run around to get from cover to cover. It's just a logical thing. And, like, the people I see trying to, like, make an argument against sprint are like, well, Spartan super soldiers don't need to put their gun down to run fast. And I'm like, both logically and biomechanically, you are always going to run faster by swinging your arms around, by using your upper body's momentum to assist with running, than you would by just holding your rifle up in front of your face. Like, that makes sense both in lore, in, like, a natural, like, animation sense. It makes sense intuitively from just, like, a video game logic perspective, because it, like, looks natural, looks cool, it looks interesting, and... like, realistically, mechanically, it makes sense to do that. It makes more sense. Like, to say that, like, Spartans don't need to full-on sprint because they can just hold their rifles in front of their face and, like, sonic speed everywhere, you have to, like, do mental backflips to try to rationalize that. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It also, like, I would argue that, like, sprinting does incur a new mechanic that you yourself have to balance. You choose when to sprint. If you sprint when you shouldn't, that's on you. That's a penalty you incur on yourself, you know? I understand if making sprint too fast breaks game mechanics. I agree. Sprint should be balanced. Sprint should be, like, toned down to where you can't just sprint out of the way of a bullet, you know, a sniper rifle, if you're in the open. But, you know, it does have a place in modern games, and, you know, you're never gonna win by saying that Halo, like, can't have any modern features. I'm sorry. New games are new. They have to have some new things. And that's usually at the point in the conversation when the diehard Halo CE purists say that, well, there shouldn't be any new Halo games besides Halo CE. And I'm like, okay, well, you just don't like new things. Like, that's just it. At that point, you're just like, okay, well, you just hate new things for the sake of them being new. Sprint is okay in multiplayer. In campaign, though, they've always left you out of sprint, so you were forced to enjoy the scenery in Halo's environment. Wait, I'm sorry. What Halo game takes away sprint in campaign, but leaves it in multiplayer? I don't think it does that. I don't think there's any Halo game that does that. Like in Halo 4, they'll force you to put your weapon down. Same thing in Halo 5, in order to have like a first-person cutscene type thing. But like they don't remove sprint entirely. And also, it's like what they'll do is they'll introduce you to an environment and like wait a second or two before they start spawning enemies, so you can absorb the environment visually. But then like the bullets are flying and it's on and you're sprinting around. Wait. What? So, like, why have it at that point? Wait.
Marines on the ground, sir.
Infinite fixing sprint was just making it slow, so it's barely faster. Well, the problem was that people argued in Halo 5 it was too fast. So yeah, the natural balance, the only way you can really balance sprint is by tweaking the speed of it, making it so that if you're in an open area, you can't just outrun bullets, but it's still useful in that if you're almost around a corner or you're almost at cover, you can use sprint to get into cover, like, just in time. It's all about those just in time moments, you see. So you can just hit the move fast button. Does the player really need that? Yes, they do. That's just a natural part of literally all forms of combat. Like, every form of combat involves sprinting at some point. Watch any like movie that involves like swords and shields or muskets or guns. There's always some form of running. Like, troops both walk and run depending on the context of the situation. It's like one of the most fundamental mechanical movements of any form of combat. You run to the enemy, you run away from the enemy. Sometimes you walk from position to position, but like usually you have to charge the enemy or you have to fall back. Like that's just how combat works. Oh, and the next Halo game to include sprinting, but then also an armor ability lets you run crazy fast, like that one cool scene in the Halo show. That'd be interesting, but that would really piss people off. And it would look kind of goofy, to be honest. Can you imagine, like a Super Mario upgrade that makes you go doo 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 doo? I mean, Doom has that, technically. Sprint was useful for movement mechanics such as super slides. That's another aspect of it, yeah. Like they had the locomotion mechanics, but they weren't overdone, right? They made it subtle, and subtlety is key. Pretty strange that some people can't admire the environment while playing. They act like it's one or the other, like they can't stop and look around after a firefight to collect themselves. Well, they can't admire the environment while playing because they're getting shot at. Usually. That's literally why, you know, a game like Gears of War has those moments where you press Y to look at a thing so you can observe, like, story, environment stuff happening, and then they go into combat. It is kind of one and the other, because you have to, you know, focus all of your attention into fighting and surviving, and then you can observe things around you. Or in the middle of combat, they still have that mechanic where it's like, hey, pause, look at this thing, this implies there's more enemies coming in or whatever. Honestly, sprint is the least of my concerns. I hate that the CE remake is using infinite assets. Okay, as a game developer, I'm going to tell you right now, they should reuse infinite assets. It took them years and years and years to model all of those assets. And so, in order to save time and money and budget and get you your Halo game sooner and in a way that's more, you know, bug-free, with things that already work, they should reuse those assets. That is a logistical practicality, and to not do that would be wasteful in terms of time and resources. Recycling assets is a good thing. The only time it's not a good thing is when, like, it's done so much that there's literally no new things to look at, period. But it's like, if there's not a need to fundamentally remodel something from the ground up, then don't do it. It takes so much time. And like, time and resources are very precious in game development. Okay, it's what leads to game development hell. It's what leads to delays, and we don't want any more delays. Going to turn off sprint and see remaster game doesn't need sprint. Is that going to be an option? We'll see remasters is going to sprint. I hate it. Okay, well, play the original then. It's not like they're getting rid of the original. Like, the Halo CE is still on the Master Chief Collection. And I mean, like, to be honest, like, I think I agree with other people. Sprint is the least of my concerns with the new Halo CE game. For me, it's like, it's just, I really hope they nail the aesthetic or make it like, it's not going to look like the original game. It's just not. But I hope it looks decent enough to where it's not actively distracting. You know, from what I've seen, I'm not the biggest fan of how they're doing the Forerunner architecture necessarily, or even the Halo Warthog, but it's not so different. It's not the original CE Anniversary. I think that already it is looking better than CE Anniversary in my opinion, which is a step up. Because I think we can all agree that CE Anniversary was just way too noisy. I'm very, very much in agreement with the million videos that complain about the art style of CE Anniversary. Man, I wish they could have MCC on PlayStation. Yeah. It's not coming on PlayStation, though. Huh? Wait. Are you talking about MCC's not coming to PlayStation? Huh. Yeah, that does suck. I have a feeling the level layouts will be modified to favor sprint, which is arguably for the better. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be changing the level design that much. I mean, if it does, then, you know, whatever. I mean, guys, it's a remake. It's not going to be like CE Anniversary where it's literally a reskin. It's like going to be a gameplay remake. And that's going to upset a lot of people because, like, the CE fans are like the most purist of the Halo fans. They are the most anal retentive about all the very specific quirks of CE's mechanics and physics. They're going to complain no matter what, just because it's not literally 2001 again. And we just gotta accept that reality. It's a different game. It's going to be a remake. It's going to play different, feel different, look different. It's new. It's different. Just know that going in. And if you're the kind of person that thinks new thing equals bad, well, then you're not going to be convinced no matter what, if it's good or bad. You know, to each their own. If it upsets you, if it's like, it's not good enough for you, again, they're not deleting the original game. You can always go back and play CE. Make it more faithful than just rushing out the door, because that's what's happening. Wait, I'm playing Halo CE Remake for Halo CE, then I'm refusing Infinite Assets just makes me feel like I'm playing Infinite. I get what you're trying to say, but I'd rather them delay the remake. I would not. Listen, I hear you, but they need to prove that as a studio, they can bring a product to market in a reasonable time frame and not spend 7 more years making a game. I don't think anyone else in the community wants them to do another delay. I think the community is really, really burned out from delays. Like, it took like 6 years, 6, 7, I don't even remember, 6, 7, it took them like 6 years just to release Infinite, and then after Infinite released, it took them eons for each subsequent season to release, and the community was suffering because of it. I think collectively, the Halo community is done waiting, and for a project like this too, which the formula is already there, you don't have to make it up as much, like it's just a remake of Halo CE with a few more bells and whistles, the project really shouldn't take that long. So there's not really strong arguments to be made that it should be delayed just for a little bit of extra, you know, extra creativity that might not even go over well with the fans, you know? And yeah, I can play the original, you're not wrong, but then what's the point of the remake? What's the point of making it if it's not going to be better than the one that came out in 2001? Well, better is subjective, right? Better, like, what's the point of the remake? The point of the remake is to make the same game, but with new features. That is the point of the remake. That is the point of a remake. That's the difference between a remake and a remaster. A remaster is what Halo CEA is. It's just the same game with a new skin. A remake is they're changing the core gameplay mechanics. And so, like, there's different audiences for either. And there's going to be people who don't like the changes of the gameplay, and there's going to be people who don't like the changed aesthetic. And again, it's like, if you just have to understand and accept that things are going to be different in certain ways is like the nuance of like subjectivity, you know? You can argue it's like if the changes are good or bad, but like things are going to be different. Just prepare for it. And yeah, like on the Infinite thing, I'm sorry, I just personally, I firmly feel that the correct decision from a game development standpoint, for the sake of the players who are tired of waiting, tired of delays, you should reuse Infinite Asset. It's also like, going forward, I think it's important to homogenize the art style so that the entire franchise becomes more visually consistent. You know, every Halo game has had a completely different art style from game to game, and it's gotten really confusing, but we're at the point where the franchise is 20 years old, and like, it would make sense if things just started to look more consistent, you know, throughout the entire franchise. I don't know. Yeah, we can disagree about the points. That's fine. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? We'll just have to see when the game comes out. It'll either look good, feel good to most players, or it won't. You know, I guess the only point I'm trying to make is, we should probably be willing to give it a chance, in that knowing that it's not going to look and play like CE, but you know, that definitely is the make or break point, whether the changes feel at least enjoyable, or if they're just so different that they're like disrespectful. And at this point, I don't think that they're so different that they're disrespectful to the original CE. In fact, I'd say it's more respectful to the original Halo CE than CE Anniversary was. You see what I'm saying? I think at this point, what we've seen so far is better than CEA, which is a net improvement. At the very least, you know? Wait, is Halo coming out again? Wait, hang on, what? Introduce it to a younger generation? Yeah, that's also part of it. CE remake, not remastered. CE remastered is the same thing? No, a remake and a remaster are not the same thing. A remaster is just the same game with like better graphics. A remake is mostly the same game, but with remixed gameplay mechanics and new graphics. Honestly, it's not hard to improve on CEA. That's my point. Like, CEA has a lot of problems visually. I'm definitely going to give the remake a chance, but I'm not going with high hopes, considering I have a lot of issues with Infinite. That's fair. That's fair. And I'm not going to, like, tell anybody they need to give the game a chance. It's all your preference. You know? Okay. I want to figure out... okay. Vehicle open, close. Jeez, I'm getting so distracted by this conversation. It's a good conversation. I like that it's been, like, mostly amicable. I definitely respect other people's opinions and understand where people are coming from when they're like, yeah, I'm not feeling too hot about the campaign evolved. Which, I mean, like, to be honest, I'm not either. It looks like a game. It looks like a very Unreal 5 game. Like, that's the most I can say about it, to be honest. It looks like Halo in Unreal Engine. You know, as an artist, I can definitely say, as a game developer, obviously I have a certain leaning because I can critique whether or not certain like big picture decisions are probably smart or wise or whatever, because having worked for the studio, I know what they're up against. I know what, you know, their internal goals are. So I also have a perspective that, like, a lot of you don't. And also, just as a game developer, I know certain hurdles of the development cycle that I know that they're trying to circumvent, which I think is wise. But, you know, from just a game perspective, as a gamer, I'm like, yeah, it looks like Halo and Unreal, you know? I have a lot of ideas for my own Halo game, and, you know, maybe one day I'll get to, like, I don't know, stream about it, work on it. Maybe it'll evolve Halo, you know, I don't know, Halo Wars vehicles or something. Yeah. Anyway, I have my own ideas for what I like to do with Halo. Maybe someday I'll get to try out doing them. I will say, I don't know how sold I am on the new Warthog design. It doesn't look bad by any means. Like, it's a cool cyber space truck looking thing. I don't know. I look at it and I'm like, I don't know how to feel. I'm not completely sold. It's like, I can't tell if it's too high poly or not high poly enough. Like, or too detailed or not detailed enough. It's really weird. It's kind of uncanny for me. I just want to see Warzone back in Halo game. Really? Okay. I would like Warzone without the rec packs. I would like Warzone without the million, you know, like, menus and stuff. I would like basically just an expanded version of Firefight that's also like an invasion mode, which is kind of what Warzone is, I guess. Okay, vehicle open close, function overlays. Why is this not working? Vehicle open close should be working. Okay, vehicle open close. Oh, it doesn't have an actual animation for some reason. All my animations are missing. What the heck's going on, man? This ain't cool, this ain't groovy. Man. I am also sorry if I've just rambled on. What was Warzone? Warzone was a game mode in Halo 5 where you fought both an enemy multiplayer team as well as like a horde of AI bots. It was like a mixture of Gears of War horde mode and Halo Firefight and like big team battle. It was really weird. It's like it was cool in some ways because it was like this big open super big team battle mode with lots of crazy crap going on, and made for these really epic, you know, scenes. But it was kind of you know, bad in that it introduced the rec system, REQ, the requisition system, where you built up points to unlock certain upgrades, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it also just kind of like, it felt weird because I don't even remember, and I could be talking out of my butt because it's been a long time since I played Halo 5, but I think there was also a monetization aspect to it somehow. I don't remember. Yeah, sorry, Joe, you're explaining it better than I did. Halo 5 Warzone is a PvPvE mode where you could use rec points to earn throughout the match to buy, upgrade weapons and vehicles. Yeah. I never minded the rec system. It just should have been more forgiving with rare stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like also the customization in Warzone, I don't know. Halo doesn't necessarily need customization of weapons and stuff, I think. This is a very probably controversial opinion, but I just like, I don't know. Halo doesn't, I don't know. Halo doesn't, to me, doesn't really need customization of weapons. I think that like all the functionality you ever need from Halo weapons is built into the guns themselves. Some guns are more accurate, some guns are more powerful, some guns have more ammo, and it's like by introducing weapon customization, you kind of like dilute all of that, you know, because the individual weapons no longer have those core identities because you can like tweak the values with different add-ons and stuff, and it's like Halo's gunplay is built around kind of set rules about every individual weapon. And when you customize that weapon, it turns more into Call of Duty, where it doesn't really matter what weapon you have, you know? Which on one hand, as like somebody who likes more milsim type games, I kind of like, but I also understand that like classic Halo multiplayer revolves around the power weapon system, you know? So yeah, I mean, like, I think the perfect solution is to basically have either gameplay mode where, like, either you don't have any weapon customization, everything's locked in, and you have the classic power weapon mode, or you have some modes that allow you to customize. But, I don't know. Also, from a game developer perspective, yeah, the customization, I don't know. I don't know how people feel about it. You know what? I'm going to make another poll. How do you feel about weapon customization? Hang on. Do you like weapon customization in Halo? Suppressors, bayonets, red dot sights, etc. Start Q&A. Oh, wow. Holy crap, I did not expect that answer. So for the first poll, would you like to play Halo in 4 and 5, but with the classic art style and gameplay? Overwhelming yes. 85% yes. 15% said no. So we have 15% of people who said that they wouldn't give Halo 4 or 5 a shot even if it had the classic art style, versus 85% who would give them a shot if they just looked like classic Halo and played like classic Halo. That's a very interesting answer, to be honest. Because, oh no, my chat. I got rid of my chat. Hang on. That's a very interesting answer, to be honest, because with as much hate as Halo 4 and 5 get, I guess that kind of proves my point that like just by changing the art style, you will have like solved the majority of the fan base's problem by solving the art style and gameplay. If you just keep the classic art style and gameplay, most people wouldn't mind Halo 4 and 5 as much. They would still, again, they wouldn't stack up, I think, to the classic games, but it would help a lot. Are you including upgraded variants or, as part of the customization, or just the main loadout weapon system? Upgraded variants. The upgraded variants. What do you mean? Yes, and the upgraded variants. All the stuff you see in Halo 5 and Halo Online. Do you guys like that, or do you think Halo should just keep it locked into, like, this weapon has these properties and it's set? Wait, did I not add answers to the poll? Am I stupid? Did I seriously? People tend to like Halo being Halo. Yeah, I know. Crazy. Personally, I don't like having strictly better weapons, which I think upgrades customization would lead to. Okay, hang on. When you say you don't like having strictly better weapons, I hope you're referring to, like, starter weapons, like the carbine and the assault rifle and all that, and you're not referring to, like, the rocket launcher should be on the same power level as the plasma pistol, right? Locked in, but I have unique super variants, in my opinion. Doesn't let me vote. Yeah, I couldn't. Okay, hang on. Let me do this again. In Q&A. Let me try that again. Start a poll. And let me end that poll too. It's really interesting that I got that answer. That is really, really surprising, to be honest. Start a QA. Do you like Halo having customizable buttons, suppressors, bayonets? Your prompt is too long. Oh. Start Q&A. What the heck? It doesn't let me add. It doesn't let me add answers. I don't know, man. It's weird. In QA. Whatever. I'm a big fan of Halo 5 upgraded rec variants like the Needler Hog, upgraded Plasma Caster, Explosive Saw. Alright. What the heck? Man, I've been so distracted. What the heck is going on with my dang, my dang Wolverine here? I actually wasn't a huge fan of the Mantis, but I don't think it was bad for the game by any means. Yeah, that's fair. I like Halo 4 and 5 because I like future stuff. Like Mantis, I really enjoy mech stuff. Even though I'm a mech fan over here. Yeah. Yeah, same. Halo actually has a surprising amount of mechs that just aren't in any of the main games. Oh, okay. Man, mod tools, why do you want to ruin my life? Why? Why do you want to torture me? Why do you want to torture me like this? It's not very nice of you. In fact, it's kind of cringe. Not very cash money in the least. And also... Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna... There you are. There we go. Colossus Mech and Halo win. When I get to Halo Wars 2, that's when. Good that it exists and the lore is really cool. Just never enjoyed piloting it. Yeah, I get that. It is kind of stiff. I think the Cyclops was really cool. I hope I like driving the thing. Oh, you will. Trust me, you will. What? God! Why are you doing this? Ugh. Vehicle open, close. Why? Halo modding is just suffering, I swear to God. It's just a masochistic exercise. My opinion, the two best mechs for Halo are the Cyclops and the prototype suit. Yeah. I wish they did more with the prototype. Well, they didn't do more because it's a prototype. That is, in fact, the point of a prototype. I'm sorry, that was very sarcastic. I'm sorry. Hey, Scoobidly, are we planning to model the Halo Wars base turrets and the different upgrades on it? Yeah, of course. There's a number of upgrades you can get for each vehicle in Halo Wars 1. But for right now, I just want to make the vehicles themselves. And then, like, all the upgrades can be an afterthought, you know, after the main mod release. Halo modding is suffering. You got that right. Okay. What the hell? What? What the hell? No compression, please. What? Okay, is this supposed to be reversed or something? What the actual hell? Please. Okay. Now, are you behaving? Okay. What? Huh? Huh? I am very, very, very confused as to what the heck is going on with this opening animation. And the suspension animations, for that matter. And the... Okay, so... So all of my animations are messed up. Vehicle steering. I'm so tired of this. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So this... Oh no. This blend file is freezing. Great. Love that. Gotta love it. Always gotta love it. Okay. Vehicle open close. Vehicle steering. All of these have animations working correctly. Is there an issue with the transforms or whatever it's called? There's a million issues it could be. We're gonna find out. I'm trying a different blend file. What's really funny is in this model, all the physics and collision models are marked as physics and collision models, but they're not overriding what's there. I don't think size would have been a problem. I think we'd end up too fast and too speedy. Actually, wait, what are you guys talking about? Any idea how close they are to finish making it? Sounds exciting they are doing that. Wait, what? Hi, I'm back for a sec. Do you happen to know anything about the Halo custom mod browser apparently being worked on? I know literally nothing about it. Rejected mention in passing today. First time I've heard of it. Is it for MCC? Yeah, it's for MCC, but it's like, I know very little about it. You're gonna have to ask somebody else, sorry. I really hope they get it working, because that'll absolutely revolutionize the mod scene. Okay. So what the heck? Regions. Okay, first, hull assign. Okay. Minor. Medium. Major. Destroy. What the actual hell? Okay, have we gotten somewhere? Okay. Seems good. Okay. Are we getting back on track? Hello? Oh. Oh my good golly gosh gracious. Wait, what the fuck? What the actual... Oh, what? What? That's not correct. That's not even slightly correct. What the hell? Where's that coming from? Oh, hello. Ah, I see. I see. Oh, and now it quiets down that I got locked in. Started fixing things. Is that the physics model that I accidentally see in the render model? Yes, that is exactly what happened. Okay, but I think finally, at long last, we might actually be back on track, which is amazing. Oh, jolly day, jolly day. This is wonderful. Everybody rejoice, it's wonderful. We're back. We're so back, yeah? We are so back. I can't tell if I'm doing a British or Australian voice. What song is playing right now? ODST soundtrack. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have finally gotten back on track, and as such, we can begin adding the boarding markers. So sorry for all that. We got distracted by just talking about Halo games and gameplay and digging through old files. For some reason, whenever I dig up old files and try to re-export it, it doesn't work the same. Probably in part due to the fact that Crisp is constantly updating his tool, as he should. He's a godsend for that. But also just, I don't know, stuff gets whacked up. Okay, seat. Okay, so Falcon D, Scorpion.vehicle. Scorpion.vehicle. Okay, sir. I really need to stop doing the Australian sir voice. Arnar. I either need to lean into the accent or just not do it. No in between. Scoobidly, are you a Battlefield fan? If so, BF1 or BF3? Probably BF3. Well, I didn't play BF3. I played BF4 around the time that it came out. So I feel regret to this very day. Back when BF3 came out, it was literally a toss-up between Modern Warfare 3 and Battlefield 3. And I, unfortunately, chose Modern Warfare 3, even though everybody was going with Battlefield 3, and it was a better game. And I completely missed out. And I regret that because, yeah, Battlefield 3 has way more staying power. It was just like a better, cooler, more innovative game, and no one talks about Modern Warfare 3 anymore. Nobody. We almost had MCC modded browser. When? When did they ever hint at that? BF3 and 4 are my top Battlefield games. Yeah, they were pretty darn good. I'll say that. Yeah, as far as I know, 343 has never even hinted that they were going to implement modded game browser. Okay, the problem with saying that is which Modern Warfare 3? Is there a second one? Are there two? Because I'm talking about the one that came out in 2012. Dude, I'm gonna be real. I don't keep up with modern COD games, because, I mean, for most of the 2010s, they just, like, they were pumping them out like hotcakes every year, and they all just kind of blurred together. And then they had a franchise reset with Modern Warfare, 2018, 2019 or something like that? And it was good. I liked it because, like, it felt, like, fresh and new, and, like, they were trying to do something more grounded with it. And then I guess yeah, they just rebooted the franchise, and then those games were games, and yeah. I'm assuming you are implying that they made a third Modern Warfare in, like, the new trilogy. Oh wait, no, now I'm remembering. Yes. They made they remade Modern Warfare 3, but from what I understand, the campaign was almost non-existent, or they tried some weird system that was basically like Warzone, but with story sprinkled in, right? I didn't play the game. I only know about it tangentially. What are you guys talking about? Community's working on a new custom game browser. Oh, Lamau, he doesn't know. Yeah, there are 2 Modern Warfare 3s. Yes, okay. Unfortunately. If I remember, 343 devs did hint at the possibility of one when Digsight was alive. I mean, they hinted a lot of things. There are also 2 Modern Warfare 2s, yes. And then Digsight got sabotaged and murdered. Yeah. Rip, pour one out. I don't want to touch any COD game after Infinite Warfare. I think that's a lot of people. I just kind of like lost interest after Modern Warfare 3. Surprisingly enough, I never played any of the Black Ops games. I know that probably sounds like sacrilege to any gamer out there, because I know the Black Ops games were like considered peak for a very long time. We're on Black Ops 7 now? There's 7 of them? Holy shit. I am both old and completely out of the loop. Oh my god. The last I remember about Black Ops was I got Black Ops 4 when it came out, just when I like built my first serious gaming PC, and I wanted to like, test it out because it was a cool new game. And like I played the campaign and was completely fucking confused. I didn't know what the hell was going on. And I played a little multiplayer and I got bored. The only reason I kept playing it, and I'm going to be real, this is going to sound so weird to you guys. You guys are going to like think I'm insane for this. I had bought a Steam controller. Do you remember the Steam controller? It was like, imagine an Xbox controller, but with like a touch-sensitive trackpad installed in it. Like, look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about. The Steam controller was this like really experimental controller that Steam put out, that Valve put out. Steam, Valve, either way. And it had a trackpad. And I was having a lot of fun seeing how many games I could get the Steam controller to work with. Because the Steam controller is a huge rabbit hole. You can customize it infinite ways. It really is like limitless customization. And I remember playing Black Ops 4 with a Steam controller. I have Steam Deck and I love the trackpads. No. Not the Steam Deck. The Steam controller. The Steam controller. I think you guys are thinking I'm talking about the Steam Deck. I'm talking about the Steam controller. It like they released it in like 2016, 2015. I don't know, but like it was super. Hang on, I'll pull it up. Steam controller. Almost nobody knows about this anymore. Let's see. So this is the Steam controller, okay? This is what I had. It's a controller made by Steam, and it was like supposed to be the universal controller for literally everything. And within Steam, you could customize all of this stuff and remap it to literally, and I mean literally whatever you want. Truly infinite customization. And the trackpad could be repurposed for like a weapon wheel. You could make like a grid system out of it with hidden buttons that would only show up when you touched the pad. You could it's crazy amounts of customization. It had pressure sensitive XYB buttons. It had like haptic feedback on everything. You could customize the dead zone. You could customize like the haptic feedback of every single button. You could tilt the controller to aim. Like, I think that PS3 or PS4 had that feature where you could tilt the controller to help you aim, and this did that as well. So like, not only could you use the trackpad, you could like, aim the controller as well. So you could get it to be hyper precise, more precise than like a controller, obviously. And so I just like went down a rabbit hole seeing how many games I could customize this to like feel good for. And one of them was Black Ops 4. But anyway, I'm getting off on another tangent. The whole point I'm trying to make is that was the last Black Ops game I played. I didn't even play Black Ops 1, 2, or 3. I just skipped to Black Ops 4, and then like I just futzed around with it with the Steam controller, and then I I just ignored every other COD game since, except for Modern Warfare 1. You played Battlefield 4, Black Ops 4 on a Steam controller? Yeah, I know. It sounds insane. Steam Deck has that too. Yeah, no, almost all the features they did for the Steam controller, they incorporated into the Steam Deck. Yeah, if I had a controller that I could use for my Xbox, that would be godly. Yeah, well, I mean, they do have... Well, the Xbox Elite controller, first of all, has a ton of customization. So there's that, and then there's aftermarket controllers that also have tons of customization. It's crazy the amount of options we get these days, man. I use the deck gyro for helicopters. Nice. Black Ops 7 is the newest, and the campaign is the worst thing in existence. I don't doubt it. Dude, I was already losing my mind when I played Black Ops 4. I had no idea what the fuck was going on. I felt like I was in a fever dream. It only works with games that smoothly transition PC to controller inputs. Otherwise, you get a lot of stuttering. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, hello. I'm back. Risk of rain. What is risk of rain? Ooh, Risk of Rain? Oh. That looks cool. Fallout 4 used to run really well until the new update. Load times are upwards of 10 minutes, which is insane. Oof. Oh, Scoobidly, don't know about ROR either. Okay, I'm gonna be totally real with you guys. I'm like, I don't really play games. Like, to be completely real, at this point in my life, it's just this project. I don't casually play like anything anymore. I was already a very casual gamer. I only played like the main AAA games like Assassin's Creed, Halo, Call of Duty, Doom, stuff like that. My tastes are not very diverse. I want a game I can just sit back and relax to and shoot zombies or aliens or whatever. I don't have a very diverse repertoire of games. Back when I was younger, I had probably a more diverse repertoire. I huge Metroid Prime fan. Played Star Fox, and I haven't even played Pokemon since I was like 10 or something. But yeah, so I'll play a game for like a month or two, and it'll kind of be my obsession, and then I'll like move on. So I don't do much gaming, especially now. Nowadays, this is the only quote-unquote gaming I do, and I don't even really play the game. I just mod. That's it. Do you play Halo a ton right now, or is it mostly Project when you get free time? No, I don't even play Halo. Like, I don't hop on multiplayer. I don't even play the campaigns anymore. You know, a couple years ago I was occasionally dipping back into multiplayer with some friends. I was occasionally like playing campaign. You know, the worst thing in the world. I played Halo Infinite's campaign for the first like 2.5 years, like nonstop, trying to tweak my settings to get the best experience out of the single player campaign. Cause like it would run okay, but it wouldn't run like perfectly. And then I finally got a RTX 4090. And I was like, oh, wow, this looks amazing, plays amazing. I'm bored. It's like when you finally reach the mountain peak, you suddenly find it mundane. Okay, now, so we finally arrived at the productive yet boring part where I just tweak and tweak and tweak the position of these markers. Whoa, it's Weaver, the guy that made the firefight mod? Wait, what? Weaver? What you talking about? Who's Weaver? Which firefight mod? What are you talking about? I've been listening into stream all this time while playing Helldivers. Lots of interesting stuff you guys are talking about. Oh, thanks. I'm glad it's interesting to somebody. I feel like I just ramble off the cuff so much, and people are like, what is this guy on about? I have a friend who really wants to start a podcast, and I do not have the highest opinion of podcasts, to be honest. I think the world does not need yet another podcast. But simultaneously, while I don't like them and I'm not super interested in them, I know that I would be like excellent for a podcast because, again, like hyper ADHD, I could just brain dump like all day, every day. Do you guys ever have like a skill that you're good at but you don't like? Do you know what that's like? Like, you ever watch the episode of Ed, Edd and Eddy where like Double D, my God, my tongue twist. Double D pulls out a pedal string guitar and is like, this instrument is so annoying. And he just proceeds to slay on it, and everybody just like jaw drops, and he's just like shredding like crazy on this pedal steel guitar, and he's like, I hate this thing. My parents made me learn it. I feel like everybody has one skill that they're actually pretty decent at, but they really don't like doing. And I think for me, it's like, I'd be probably really good in a podcast. I don't want to contribute to the podcast ecosystem. It me. I'm a hack compared to Scootly. Okay, wait, hang on. Weaver, are you the guy that made the Ultimate Firefight mod? Yes? Dude, you are in no way a hack. You made the single most recognized mod in the community. Like, more people, I think, know about your mod than, like, Huge Grass. What are you talking about? You're not a hack. You're incredibly talented, dude. Like, I'm still blown away by the sheer volume of content you put in that mod. Not everybody's like an artist and can reskin meshes, but you managed to do like a lot of reskinning. And a lot of just like custom model, like obviously like, yeah, I don't expect you to be like a AAA artist or anything, but like the amount of stuff you made is insane, dude. I remember playing it and I'm like, did one person make this shit? What? We messaged ages ago too. Oh my God, you are so right. I think I talked to you about putting the saw in Ultimate Firefight. Did you ever get around to that, by the way? Like, putting the... Sorry. Not the saw, the... You know, the Halo Reach light machine gun. You know what I'm talking about. I spent like 6 months modeling levels for a custom campaign, so I see your videos and I feel like a complete noob. Well, I mean, everybody starts somewhere. Like, but again, the fact that you make things, period, makes you incredibly impressive, and especially to the scale you did. Most people don't fully make things, I'll have you know. Okay, so you made a campaign? Do you mind, like, sharing a link with me? I'd like to look at it. I'd do more Halo modding if it wasn't a massive hassle to do in Linux. Wine can do everything by itself. Blender is something I really do enjoy reading, though. Yeah. Does Halo run on Linux? I, like most people, know almost nothing about Linux. You're gonna have to educate me. I'm very, very uninformed. I'm also like probably like a good half of the PC using community at this point. I'm also very interested to start learning how to use Linux. I think MCC runs on Linux. What do you mean MCC runs on Linux? It runs... Linux is a computer operating system. MCC is a game that runs on... Oh, I think I see what you mean. Like they have a version for Linux. Okay, sorry. Sorry. I see what you mean. I apologize. I play MCC on my Steam Deck. Oh, wait, no, that's right. The Steam Deck runs on Linux, doesn't it? Or rather, SteamOS is a version of Linux, right? I could be mistaken, but I think that's how it is. Same, I highly recommend Proton GE10-23. And this here is exactly why Linux has very small adoption, is because Linux is not one thing. Linux is like, from what I understand, it's like dozens of branches of Linux that all have kooky names that just confuse and disorient ordinary people. I know there's a million different versions of Linux. And I know that, like, the beauty, but also curse of Linux is that it is hyper customizable, but it's also not as hyper streamlined as a standardized consumer minded product like Windows. Yeah, blessing and a curse. I think, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Linux users, but the difference in user experience from Linux to Windows is almost the same as the difference between like console versus PC in a way. Like, I'm sure there's simpler, more streamlined versions of Linux, but yeah. Here's a funny fact: the OG Xbox controllers just work on Linux without drivers. All you need is an adapter for the OG Xbox controllers. Oh, that's interesting. SteamOS is Linux, yeah. Also, MCC feels better on Linux than on Windows, and it plays that well? Interesting. What do you mean it runs, or it feels better on Linux? The Proton layer can run the retail game as well as the modding tools, but the workflow can be a bit more tedious. You have to juggle with dependencies and that kind of stuff. Oh, God, that sucks. Manually to run something efficiently. God. That's a mostly good position, actually. Okay, I'm gonna have to move this a little, I think. Also, markdown formatting failure. That thwack sound. Yeah. I don't know what this is, and it's a bug. For some reason, there's like a super delayed thwack sound after I hit the driver. There we go. Okay. Anyway. I need to... Okay, Scorpion vehicle. Scorpion.model. The name of the region for the hatch is very specific. And I need to make sure that the name is correct. Hatch. Cab hatch. Cab hatch. So I need to rename the... Oh, God. Hang on. Wolverine.model. I'm grunting in pain because dealing with a model tag is a pain. If anybody cares, the Steam Deck has the smoothest experience I've ever had playing Perfect Dark on controller. Can I tell you guys about Perfect Dark? So I played Perfect Dark on the N64 as a kid, but I never even knew that there existed an expansion pack for the campaign, so I never got to experience the campaign. So I only ever experienced multiplayer with bots because I didn't have friends and I was a little loser kid. I recently, though, in recent years, like last year, somebody, some genius, some savior out there managed to port Perfect Dark 64 to the PC, and it plays amazing. I mean, like, it's a perfect port. It has ultra widescreen support. It has uncapped frame rate. It has, like, 4K resolution. All the audio works. Everything works. It plays great. And it has, like, a bunch of settings to let you toggle between a more classic experience and, like, a more modern experience for keyboard and mouse. And so what it does is it basically has, like, a safe zone in the middle of the screen. Like, for those who don't know, in classic Perfect Dark 64, it was before Halo, right? So they were still figuring out how first-person shooters worked on consoles, right? The people behind Perfect Dark is the same studio that created GoldenEye, right? So you already know that it's a good game. So they made Perfect Dark after they made GoldenEye with a lot of the same lessons learned. And what they do is, in order to, like, look around, you hold, like, the left bumper to, like, aim around. And so on PC, what they do is you can still do that by, like, clicking a mouse, or you can have, like, a safe zone where you can, like, pan around the center of the screen, but then when you extend your, like, mouse over the safe zone, then it starts to turn, because it has, like, old school tank controls. I think they added support for strafing, but I don't remember. But yeah, but it's like, I don't know what it is, but, like, something about having that, like, you can aim anywhere in this safe box and then, like, extend your aim to turn. It feels so natural. It feels so good. It's the most interesting and unique experience with a first-person shooter I've had in years, and I think more games should try to adopt it. It's really, really interesting. I would strongly recommend you guys look it up. I don't know who the creator is. I wish I could link him, but there's somebody who ported Perfect Dark 64 to PC, and it's like a free zip file you can download. It's like, like, I think it's less than a megabyte or something, but it's really good. And yes, Perfect Dark, the OG Perfect Dark game, is such a vibe. If you're into, like, classic retro gaming or like 90s sci-fi nostalgia, it is such a vibe, dude. It's so good. Never touched Perfect Dark? Well, go... I'm not gonna say go touch it. That sounds weird. Go play Perfect Dark. It's great. The tank controls with the safe zone is really good. I played quite a bit of games with that control style. Yeah, no, it's like, well, it's a unique experience because it's not something that's been done before, because again, it's like a hybrid of tank controls and like modern keyboard and mouse. It feels really unique, but I love it. Perhaps I may. Hey, if you just want a unique gaming experience, I strongly recommend it. It's free, again. Like, it's just like a free zip file that this guy released to the internet. Perfect Dark feels so natural on PC. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can pull it up. Perfect Dark on PC. Perfect Dark on PC, updated with tons of new features.
Video
game Esoterica.
Taking a fun and exciting episode for you guys today, because we're going to be talking about the Perfect Dark PC port from the Decompilation project. Some updates that are here back in 2024, talking about how incredible it is to have the Perfect Dark PC port available compared to the N64 original. Because even though Rare did an amazing job on the N64 version, it was definitely pushing way too hard against the hardware and felt like it should have been a
this game was also like
game
super
and
advanced
not
for
a
the
late
time.
in the lifecycle N64 title. So the PC port based on the Decompilation project brings so many quality of life improvements and creature comforts to the actual mechs, and even though it isn't a finished project and still has a bug here and there,
I say that even though it's like clearly low poly as hell.
If you want to actually load up that original N64 ROM. Before we get too far involved though, do me a huge favor down below, hit like and subscribe and ring that notification bell, definitely helps us out. And if you feel so inclined and want to support the channel, I got a Patreon link down below as well. But I'm going to go over a little bit of what this is actually doing and then talk about some of the things that are coming soon, including some really awesome texture packs that if you get them running are going to be amazing, but definitely can be a little bit touchy.
You see
honestly,
what I mean, right?
Even having
like
Perfect Dark as a PC port.
So like basically you kind of wave the cursor around like almost like a Wiimote, but it's like a lot more stable and feels a lot more controlled than a Wiimote. But like you're waving the cursor around to look in every which direction, but you have to be like methodical about it, and like you can control the rate at which you're turning, so it's not just like you have to like struggle to keep your cursor on target. It's really hard to fully describe. You just got to play it for yourself. And again, this will work on any monitor at any resolution and an uncapped frame rate, and it feels incredible. GoldenEye 007, yes, it's by the same studio that did GoldenEye. And the music the music is peak too. It's basically GoldenEye soundtrack, but even more like edgier and techno. It's so good. It's fun if you like very sandboxy games. Yes. Look at this is such peak like late 90s Y2K aesthetic too. God. Oh, nostalgia. And there's so many cool guns too. Like there's like a gun where you scan your ammo. There's a gun that like shoots through walls. It's an X-ray gun, so you can see through walls and shoot through walls. God, there's so much cool stuff in this game. Quite a graphical upgrade from GoldenEye. Yeah.
And they should be rewarded for it with some more recognition. We're going to go into the first soundtrack sample of Perfect Dark, the PC port. Go ahead and listen for 45 seconds to get an idea of the audio quality, and I'll be right back to talk more about the port and what I'd love to see come to it in the future. but enjoy.
I'm bobbing my head right now. Yeah. It's good stuff, man. It's like, it's got all the cheesy sound effects too. It's all very sick.
I mean, definitely sounds good to me, and sounds exactly like Perfect Dark should sound, except coming out of your PC and...
Anyway, go look into that. Perfect Dark on PC. It's an amazing experience, especially if you like classic retro games, or even if you just like shooters. It's a very interesting shooter experience. Yeah. I'm so glad we're on PD right now because I'm hyper fixating on it right now. If I had the ability, I would mod in Perfect Dark weapons and maps into Halo 2. I mean, you can learn. It's a lot to learn, but you can learn. Shame the reboot got canned. I know, dude. I can't say I was like hyper excited for it because I really didn't know what to expect. It's been so long, and it's like who the hell remembers Perfect Dark, you know? So I had no faith that it would be faithfully recreated, but I don't know. And also, there wasn't too much of a story to begin with. I remember I also played Perfect Dark Zero when the 360 came out, and I remember like me and my friend were playing it on the 360 because it was a launch title, right? And I remember thinking, "Oh, this game's so cool." He's like, "No, it's not. It sucks." And I'm like, "Oh, no, I kind of like it." It's like, "No, dude, it sucks." And I'm like, I kept like arguing with him about it because, like, I don't know, I wanted to give it a fair shake. I thought it was cool. I thought it looked good. I thought it played interesting. But then, like, I play it years later. I'm like, yeah, this sucks. The field of view is way too low. The graphics, like, everything looks like this weird sheen to it. But again, it was a launch title. So, you know. It was cool for vibes, I guess. Perfect Dark Zero was kind of meh. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty bad, but looking at the trailer, it's probably going to be a generic sci-fi action game. It had very cinematic music playing with no attachment to the original. Exactly. Like, it did not seem like it was related in any way to the original. At which point, like, why are you even calling it Perfect Dark? Just make a new IP at that point. Hatch. How did we get on the Halo 2 soundtrack? When did that happen? Saving Private Milk? What? What are you guys talking about? Not because it's so real. I wanted to like Zero so bad. No, yeah, I really wanted it to be good. It also has like a really cool startup intro. Like it's got this badass rock music, and it's like, what if Tomb Raider was even edgier? You know? And it's like, it's got the vibes, it's got the aesthetic, but then like, yeah, it you know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of like the aesthetic of Reboot almost, in a way, because it's like got that clearly transitional 3D aesthetic to it, where like people were still figuring out the technology and how to make it look good. Do you know what I mean? Like Beast Wars and Beast Machines, where it's like at the time it's really impressive, but you look at it 10 years later and you're like, oh god. Halo 2 got some bangers. My dude, my brother in Christ, literally every single track in Halo 2 is a banger. The rolling could have been gold if it interacted with taking cover mechanic. Yeah. I think that honestly one of Perfect Dark Zero's biggest problems is just the camera's too zoomed in. If you just like widen the field of view, I think the game breathes a lot better. Like seriously, you will get motion sickness playing that game for too long. Turok has the same problem. PD still looks presentable. Turok for the N64 though. I never played Turok for the N64. I played the modern remake in like 2005 or something. Turok 2008. 2008. Yeah, I remember the 2008 game, which was very eh. It was pretty okay. Turok had an insane fog with a ludicrously low render distance. Yeah, makes sense. That game sucked, but punning people to the wall with the bow, though. Oh, yeah. That was fun. Pretty sure you can do that in Halo as well. Oh, God. Not the damage state crap. The OG trilogy on PC is great. You can change the field of view to help with motion sickness. Wait. What OG trilogy? Are you talking about Perfect Dark or Turok? I want to play them, but I'm poor and they cost an amount of money. Yeah, I feel that. Turok. Oh. The OG trilogy is on PC. Really? Huh. Well, at least I can plant a grenade now. Alright. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm starting to remember that... getting the boarding mechanic to work with a hatch is a certain specific process, and I'm just not focused enough right now to get it working on stream. I'm having too much fun rambling about random stuff. There's also a couple like material problems I gotta fix. Like you can see, this engine right here is not correct. Hey bud, what's up? What's up, bud? You good? You good? Yeah? Okay. How you doing? Okay. You good? Brother, you good? Hey, man, what's up? What's up? What's up? Hey. All right, man. Okay. Okay. All right. I see you. Okay. All right. You're kind of up in my space. I don't really appreciate that. Hey, hello? Help? Anybody? Fuck. Oh my god. Leave me alone! Oh, yeah, don't even worry. This is my first stream, and I'm glad I joined. Well, thank you for joining. I really appreciate this. First-time viewer. Sorry it was so boring, and I wasn't doing really much interesting, but other streams will be interesting. If you look at my other videos, they're more interesting, and especially once the playtest starts, we're going to have some really cool stuff going on. Oh no, markers aren't working. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to do so much work to fix this thing up. Anyway, yeah. At the very least, we got progress initiated, and yeah. So, all right, everybody. It is a little late for me. I'm gonna think about turning in. I want to thank everybody for tuning into the stream. If you want to see more of this, or you want to see the project get further along, what would really help me out is consider donating to my Ko-Fi account. Consider like super chatting whenever I stream, whatever. It always helps out. Yeah, I will see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.